Attention in the barns. We will begin the meat breeding doe show in approximately 5 minutes. Class 1 junior does under 1 year need to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Audrey Taylor, Lillian Taylor, Gabriel Ebbing, Addison Sloan, Olivia Havrilla, William Taylor, and Carissa Raymond. Class 1 junior does need to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Audrey Taylor, Lillian Taylor, Gabriel Ebbing, Addison Sloan, Olivia Havrilla, William Taylor, and Carissa Raymond. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 Junior Does. These exhibitors are Audrey Taylor, Lillian Taylor, Gabriel Ebbing, Addison Sloan, Olivia Havrilla, William Taylor, and Carissa Raymond. Class 2 Junior Does need to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are AJ Cunningham, Lauren Best, Jake Bunting, Tucker Denton, Carla Evans, Peyton Miller, Riley Pence, and Tanner Denton. Attention all goat exhibitors. If you have a discrepancy with the show bill, we are no longer taking adjustments, so the class that you are listed on the show bill is where you will be. Attention all hog exhibitors, you need to keep your animals in your pens unless approved by a Junior Fair Board adult consultant for the duration of the Market Goat Show.
I'm going to start this first class of does off with one that, I think when we really look at this class, the one that really, is what we're looking for in a doe. When we talk about turn to rib and rib shape, how her neck and front shoulder tie in together. I appreciate the circumference of bone compared to some of the other ones in this class and how open she is in her chest floor. Just a really nice complete doe to start this class off. So we move into second. This one just gives up a little bit in overall size. We just don't have quite as much base width. But when we look at it from a profile, it still has that general design that we're looking for. As I say, the clean neck tying into the shoulder. Maybe we'd like to add a touch of circumference of bone. But still, like I say, our overall silhouette from that profile, we can really appreciate, and a nice doe to stand second here in this class. As we move into third, another one, would just give up a little bit of poundage to them front two placing animals. We'd like to open it up just a little bit, but at the same time, just a nice doe. I appreciate how she ties in from that hip loin junction, how good she is on her feet and legs. We'd just like to add a little bit more mass to her to move her up and higher in this class. As we move into fourth, the young lady's goat just gets a little frail made for me, a little bit rounder. I appreciate her size. She does have a little bit of size on some of the animals in this class. I think she's going to make a nice brood doe. We just like to add a little circumference of bone and overall mass and width from front to back to have her any higher in the class. And then as we move down to the one in fifth, this one really gives up a lot of size. There's quite a weight variance in this class. Makes it a little tougher for you to visualize, the finished product, but still a nice animal that I think as it grows out, and gets some more mass and overall width, it's going to be nice. I appreciate its width and its chest floor. I think as it continues, it should get bigger and better there. Maybe we'd like to straighten it out at that point of that shoulder, make it a little bit better on its front pasterns in front, but still a nice doe to stand fifth in this class. Congratulations to all and a good job by all the exhibitors. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 1 winner Will Taylor. Second place, Addison Sloan. Third place, Olivia Havrilla. Fourth place, Carissa Raymond. And fifth place, Lillian Taylor. Entering the arena at this time is Class 2. These exhibitors are AJ Cunningham, Lauren Best, Jake Bunting, Tucker Denton, Carla Evans, Peyton Miller, Riley Pence, and Tanner Denton. Class 3 junior does need to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Jake Bunting, Leah Riley, Chloe Rout, Mary Bird, James King, Carla Evans, and Marley Minning. Class 4 junior does need to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Henry Gray, Charles Troxel, Grant Liming, Kira Moe, Lucia Taylor, Peyton Miller, and Agnes Vandegrift.
tough class for me to sort out here. Like I said before, they just all have their differences, and we have quite a variation here in does. I'm going to start off the class with a young lady's doe. It's a little more moderate than some of the other ones out here, but when we really start to analyze and look at the rib shape that she has and how she ties that into her shoulder, I really like how she's put together through there. As we go into her hip, it's adequate shaped. It's a little uneven going into her hip loin junction, but when I get to her back leg, she may have the best back leg in this class. She has enough flex to that hock. She's pretty good off of her feet, and it seems to be a really sound doe. So that's why I'm going to lead the class off with this doe here today. As we move into second, one that I like, she gets a little extra look because of the way her color, markings are. She's a real flashy doe. But when we get beyond that, I do appreciate its circumference of bone, but at the same time, I'd like to change a few things with its legs. It gets a little straight for me in that back hock there, and in the front, it's just a little bit, not as straight-legged in the front as I'd like it to be. But when we look at it for overall power and mass, I think she excels in that department, and that's why she ended up second here in this class today. As we move into third, one that, I like the design of this one. When we look at it in that front 1/3, I really like this animal. She's probably the best in the front 1/3 of any in this class. Thin neck, ties into her head, really good up there, level throughout that shoulder. When we get to the back part of her skeleton's where it starts to bother me, she gets a little steeper in that hip, a little straighter in her leg, and when we look at her pasterns, she just gets a little weak on her pasterns. But like I say, in the front 2/3 of her body, she excels. If we could just correct them few things, she's a tremendous doe. And then as we move down to fourth, one that, is just a little plainer to me. I do like her circumference of bone. I think she stands pretty well off her feet and legs. Her chest floor gets out on me a little bit in her front. I like to move her head and neck back a little bit. And as we look at her from behind, she's a little bit narrow in her pin set, which makes her rear wheels hawk in just a touch. So, it's a good doe, just a few things we'd like to change to move her up any higher. And as we get into fifth, the young lady's doe, I like it. I think it's a nice complete doe. It just kind of gets out-powered here in this class. She just don't have the overall width of some of the ones placing higher here today, but still a nice doe that as we feed her in the future, I think she'll make an excellent brood doe as she gets a little size and mass on her. Nice set of does here. Congratulations to all these people. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 2 winner Carla Evans. Second place, Tucker Denton. Third place, Peyton Miller. Fourth place, Jake Bunting. And fifth place, Lauren Best. Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 Junior Does. These exhibitors are Jake Bunting, Leah Riley, Kaylee Rout, Mary Bird, James King, Carla Evans, and Marley Minning. Class 4 Junior Does need to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Henry Gray, Charlie Troxel, Grant Liming, Kira Moe, Lucia Taylor, Peyton Miller, and Agnes Vandegrift. Class 5 junior does need to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Walker Denton, Haley Moe, Eden Myers, Alicia Boone, Grant Liming, Kaylee Rout, Logan Harless, and Emma Smith. We would like to thank our judge that we have this afternoon. His name is Nolan Fry. He's from Upper Sandusky, Ohio, where he and his wife and children have raised goats for the past decade. Nolan is the coach of the Upper Sandusky livestock judging team, and his children have been fortunate to show at local, state, and national levels competitively for many years as they continue to build their goat operation. Let's give him a round of applause.
Here again, this isn't the largest goat in this class. I would call it moderate. Is it big enough? Yeah, I think it is for its age group. When we really start to break it down, it's probably got the boldest shape to its rib, adequate foot size, ties in pretty good up through its neck and into its head. Just a lot I like there. As far as when we start looking at the rear 1/3 of this animal, just really has a good leg set in the back 1/3. Pretty level throughout that hip. It just combines a lot of pieces. Maybe not the one when it walks in the ring that you think's going to win the class just off of size, but when we start breaking down each one, this one puts together the most positives in this class. As we move into second with the dappled goat, one that, I like it for its mass and size. Just gets a little rounder for me. Just doesn't have quite the shape as this first place animal. Them are some of the things I'd like to change, but at the same time, I like it for its overall mass and its rib shape for its given size. And it also has a nice circumference of bone. We just like to move that head and neck on top of them shoulders just a little bit back, straighten up them angles if we would reposition that neck. But still a nice dappled doe here to be third or second in this class. As we move into third, one that, becomes a problem child for me. I really like it. I look at it from the profile. I think it's a pretty nice doe. And I look at it from the front, nice width. But then it just kind of runs out of gas for me from there. I just like to have a little more power and overall rib shape when we get back to that rib. And as we go into the rear 1/3, if we could make this one just put a little bit more weight on her and a little more powerful, I think she would probably win the class pretty easy. But still a very nice doe to stand third in this class. And here in fourth, one that I like for a lot of reasons. I think she's good in the front 1/3. I think she's good over her top and rib shape. I just have trouble with she is really too steep in that hip and how she ties into her rear leg. I'd like to fix that. I like her overall width for her size, but I just like to level out that hip and a little more flexibility on them rear legs. And then as we move down into fifth, one that just gives up a lot of power to the ones in front of it. It has a nice circumference of bone. We just need to add overall width from front to back to make it place any higher here today. But a good job by all these exhibitors. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 3 winner Chloe Rout. Second place, Marley Minning. Third place, Carla Evans. Fourth place, Leah Riley. And fifth place, Jake Bunting. Entering the arena at this time is Class 4 Junior Does. These exhibitors are Henry Gray, Mary Bird, Charlie Troxel, Grant Liming, Kiara Moe, Lucia Taylor, Peyton Miller, and Agnes Vandegrift. Class 5 Junior Does need to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Walker Denton, Haley Moe, Eden Myers, Alicia Boone, Grant Liming, Kaylee Rout, Logan Harless, and Emma Smith.
I'm going to start this class off with a doe that I think just has the most power and design and just overall look with, balances up with a good amount of muscle. I appreciate how the turn to its rib is, the amount of bone it stands on. I think it's a very nice, complete, good doe that, is going to move forward into a good breeding program. I think this is a very nice doe here to stand first in this class. As we move into second, one that's really flashy to look on that profile. I like this doe. I like the way she's built. She just gives up power to that first place animal. I'd like to open her up just a little bit from the front to rear. I think if she did that, she's an easy winner. It's just going to take a little more time for this one, but I think she'll get there. I really like this one. Just like to see her down the road a little bit, a few more months. As we move into third, one that's a little more mature, she just gives up a little bit of balance for me when I look at her. She just don't balance up when we get her set up. She's got a nice wide front, adequate amount of bone, decent turn to her rib. We'd like to move that head and neck back a little bit, but then as we move to the rear portion of her body, she just gets a little narrower in her pins than I would like. If I could improve her there, here again, this is going to be a nice brood doe moving into the future. And then as we move into fourth, one that I'd just like to level out in its top. I like it for its overall width. I think it's a nice doe. I think it could be presented a little different, that may look a little different to us, but I try to look through that when I'm judging the animals. So I think this is a nice doe to be fourth. Level that top line out a little bit. I think she would stand higher here today. And then as we go down to fifth, another one that's just a little too narrow for me from front to rear, gives up a little bit of mass and overall size to these does in front of her, but still a very nice doe to stand fifth in this competitive class. Congratulations to all these young people. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 4 winner Peyton Miller. Second place, Charlie Troxel. Third place, Agnes Vandegrift. Fourth place, Henry Gray. And fifth place, Mary Bird. Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 Junior Does. These exhibitors are Walker Denton, Haley Moe, Eden Myers, Alicia Boone, Grant Liming, Kaylee Rout, Logan Harless, and Emma Smith. We need the first and second place from classes 1 through 4 to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Will Taylor and Addison Sloan from Class 1, Carla Evans and Tucker Denton from Class 2, Chloe Rout and Marley Minning from Class 3, Peyton Miller and Charlie Troxel from Class 4. Please be making your way outside the arena.
I'm going to start the class off with this traditional doe. I think she just combines everything together for me when we start talking about balance. I think that's where it gets to be an issue. We have a pretty consistent class here. It's just when we really look at that one, you know, I really appreciate the depth of her chest floor as she leads into her flank, which she gets progressively deeper in her flank. So we really have to appreciate that progression of underline. You know, she's level enough in her hip. You know, she's a touch forward in that angle of her front shoulder, but still stands on an adequate amount of bone and enough set to that rear leg. So a fairly complete doe to start this class off. As we move into second, this is probably the biggest, broodiest doe in the class, but at the same time just becomes a little bit bold made for me. You know, as far as the way her shoulder is, she's a little bit round and bold in that shoulder. I do appreciate the amount of bone she stands on. She's got a great circumference of bone and a nice turn to that rib cage. As we lead back, here again, she just doesn't balance up for me quite as well as the first place goat, but still that one, we really appreciate how big and bold and broody she is, and I think moving forward, she'll be really good in a breeding program. As we move into third, one that's got a little more style to it, you know, as far as when we look at it from a profile, you know, it's tucked up in that chest floor, probably the best front 1/3 of any of the goats in the class. I like how thin her neck is, leads into a nice shaped head. You know, it's just from there, she gives up some power and width to these first place animals in this first and second in this class. You know, if we could just add some more pounds of weight to her, make her wider from front to rear, she'd be a very, very competitive doe here in this class. And then as we move back into fourth place, this animal, I like for some reasons. At other points of it for her size, I think she gets a little frail for me. You know, when we start talking about her bone work, just doesn't have that quite circumference of bone for as bold made as she is. I do appreciate how wide she is in her rib. She just gets a little round for me in her shoulder. I'd like to square up that front shoulder just a little bit and make her just a little bit better off them rear wheels as she's walking away from us. And then as we get into fifth place, one here again that's very broody, but we would just here again like to add some more circumference of bone, make it just a touch wider, and it's pin width. You know, it's almost wider in the front than it is in its back. But at the same time, this is very nice doe that'll be very good in a breeding program. You know, so there's lots of good pieces here. It's just that it ended up fifth here in this class today. So congratulations to all these young people. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 5 winner, Grant Liming. Second place, Eden Myers. Third place, Kaylee Rout. Fourth place, Emma Smith. And fifth place, Logan Harless. Entering the arena at this time is all first and second place junior does from Class 1. First place, Will Taylor. Second place, Addison Sloan. Class 2, first place, Carla Evans. Second place, Tucker Denton. From Class 3, first place, Chloe Rout. Second place, Marley Minning. Class 4, first place, Peyton Miller. Second place, Charlie Troxel. And Class 5, first place, Grant Liming. And second place, Eden Myers.
Outside the arena at this time should be Class 6 yearling doe. These exhibitors include Jake Bunting, Lucia Taylor, Walker Denton, Bailey Fishback, McKinley Fishback, and Will Taylor. Getting ready in the barn at this time should be Class 7.
I think
These
we have a really
exhibitors-
nice set of does out here in this class, or in the final drive here for the overall doeling. I think we can see some consistencies here of what we're looking for. In my mind, I think there's two out here that, really exhibit what I'm kind of looking for in a doe. When we combine it all together, we got to find some balance. And I think in these two animals, we can really find the balance and structural correctness. Because in this, when we're thinking about breeding these in the future, we really got to think about structural correctness, because when these girls get to be 6, 7, 8 years old, they have to be able to function as normal does and produce as good of animals as we can moving forward. But like I said, there's two of them out here that I think really fit what I'm looking for. And at this time, I'll go out and congratulate each one of them for Grand and Reserve doeling. Thank you.
Congratulations, Peyton Miller, champion junior doe. Congratulations to reserve champion junior doe, Grant Linen. Entering the arena at the Entering the arena at this time should be Class 6. These exhibitors include Jake Bunting, Lucia Taylor, Walker Denton, Bailey Fishback, McKinley Fishback, and Will Taylor. Judge, this is your class. Making their way outside the arena should be Class 7. These exhibitors include Bailey Fishback, Olivia Hilaria, Havlarilla, Leah Riley, Gunnar Troxel, and Jake Bunting. Getting ready in the barn at this time should be Class 8. These exhibitors include Peyton Miller, Carissa Raymond, Peyton Miller, Brooklyn Whalem, Jeremiah Melvin, Carissa Raymond, and Mary Bird.
I'm going to start this class off with a traditional doe that really I think is just has the boldest rib, biggest top, most overall base width, but yet still keeps a nice clean front end, nice clean neck into her head. There's a few places there I'd like to trim her up just a little bit, but when we look at her overall, when we start talking about circumference of bone and how structurally correct she is on that shoulder down into that leg, that's where I really start to appreciate this one. I think she's a very solid doe to start this class off. As we move into second, one coming in the ring really hit me hard. I really like the way her head, neck, and shoulder all tie together. She's just got a great head on her, but then she starts to give up little pieces here and there to that first place animal. When we talk about circumference of bone, she's just down on her front pasterns just ever so little bit straighter in that back leg. But I'm being critical on her because these are two very nice does. So if we could correct them, that would be great, but still a very nice solid doe to stand second in this class. As we move into third, just gives up a little bit of look and overall width to them first two placing animals, but at the same time is adequate in about every area. A very nice balanced up doe. It's just, if we could just add a little bit more bone and width when we talk about it from the rear in them pins, I think that would help. But still a doe that we really like for her capacity and how she's put together throughout her body. And then as we get into fourth, one that from the front angle I like pretty well. She's got a good width of her chest floor, pretty good rib tying into her shoulder. After that, things start to get a little different. When I look at her feet, they kind of want to turn different directions in the back. She just gets a little narrow in her pins. We just like to widen that out to balance her up from front to rear. But when we look at her as a doe, she does have a wide chest, good neck, and a wide top. So she does have a lot of positives. As we move into fifth, one that also, we don't mind for profile design, gives up a little overall width of the top placing animals. Here again, I have a little trouble with its feet and legs. I'd like to change how they are. Gets a little straight in that back leg. Its front feet want to toe in just a little bit. If we could change its running gear, that would be great. But still, a nice doe to stand fifth here in this competitive class. Thank you.
Congratulations, first place Will Taylor, second place Bailey Fishback, and third place McKinley Fishback. Entering the arena at this time should be Class 7 exhibitors. These exhibitors include Bailey Fishback, Olivia Habarilla, Leah Riley, Gunnar Turlox, and Jake Bunning. Judge, this is your class. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Class 8. These exhibitors include Peyton Miller, Carissa Raymond, Brooklyn Wareham, Jeremiah Melvin, Carissa Raymond, and Mary Bird, and Peyton Miller. Getting ready in the barn at this time should be Class 9 exhibit yearling does. These exhibitors include Eden Myers, Leah Riley, Aaron Gunasakara, Riley Pence, Alexander Gunasakara, Bryce Baker, Alicia Boone, and Audrey Taylor. Carissa Raymond, you need to be making your way outside the arena with both of your does. Carissa Raymond, please be making your way outside the arena at this time.
I apologize for taking so long. Sometimes it's just a hard decision to make. I need to look at them from a few different angles. But we're going to start the class off with this red doe. Smallest doe in the class. That doesn't help the situation. But when we start breaking them down for structural correctness, when you look at the front of this one, I really like the way it's put together. He gets it exhibited the way I want to see it. His front feet are facing forward. Shoulder ties in good, has a good turn to its rib, pretty smooth over the top. I'd like to straighten that top out just a fuzz, but it ties in good from its loin to its hip. Adequate on that rear leg, has a good pin width. So, when we put that all together, I think this one balances up pretty well. As we move into second, one that, I like because she's so big and broody and powerful. She does just get to be a touch deep for me when I look at her. For as deep as she is, I'd like to maybe make her just a touch wider for her given size. I do like how level she is over her top and how she ties in from that loin to her hip. She's good there. She's adequate on her back legs. We just want to make her just a touch more feminine also, and trim her up in that head and neck just a touch. But still a very nice, powerful brood doe. She's going to be good in anybody's program. As we move into third, one that's just a little different in its type. I like it. It's got a good turn to its rib. Gets a little round for me in his shoulder, down on them front pasterns just a touch. But still, I do appreciate how wide it is from front to rear and how much capacity this animal has. And as we move into fourth, one that's a little harder for us to look at, being a black one, gives up just a little bit of circumference of bone, just a touch narrower than some of them other ones in front of her. Maybe just make her a touch deeper in her flank. But at the same time, I do appreciate how level her top is and how freely she moves when she moves around the ring. And then as we get into fifth, one that, I like her for how much elevation she has and how feminine she is in that front end and neck. For me, though, she just gets a little bit cut in that flank. I'd like to drop her down, make her a little bit more broodier back there, and fix her maybe just a touch in that rear 1/3, but still a nice doe to round out this class. Congratulations to all.
Congratulations, first place Gunnar Turox, second place Jake Bunning, and third place Olivia Havarilla. Making their way into the arena at this time should be Class 8. These exhibitors include Peyton Miller, Carissa Raymond, Peyton Miller, Brooklyn Whalem, Jeremiah Melvin, Carissa Raymond, and Mary Bird. Outside the arena at this time should be Class 9. These exhibitors include Eden Myers, Leah Riley, Aaron Gunashikara, Riley Pence, Alex Gunashikara, Bryce Baker, Alicia Boone, and Audrey Taylor. Judge, this is your class.
We would like to thank the award sponsors for today: Kiwanis East Fork Region, Brandenburg Family Farms, Colby Brandenburg, FOE number 2293, in memory of Donna Jennings, in memory of Trish and Ariel Brandenburg, and EC Funeral Homes.
I'm going to start the class off with the young man's traditional doe. Really like the overall power and mass that she has. Still has a clean enough neck leading into that, up into its head. We really like it for its circumference of bone. I think one that balances up really nicely for me. She's so big and bold in that rib, she almost gets a little too bold. We're on the borderline there, but I think she holds it together pretty well. But when we really start to analyze her, from front to rear, you just have to love her for the amount of power she has and the extra look she has in that front 1/3 design. Maybe just want to clean her up in that sternum area just a touch, showing a little extra condition, but that's being critical. So very nice doe to start this class off. As we move into second, one that, I was talking about that sternum, a little cleaner in that sternum, another powerful, big, broody doe. Just gets a touch deeper in that front, maybe not quite as attractive up there as the first place animal, but still one that really catches your eye and you like her for how big and bold she is, and really good off them feet and legs. But a nice doe here to stand second in this competitive class. And then in third, another one that, I had to look at many times from a different angles. There's pieces I really like. She does give up a little size to the first two placing animals, which usually don't bother me, but she does just get a touch shorter in her neck than them. But I do like how she's put together, other than she's just forward in her shoulder design just a touch compared to the other does in this class, but still a very nice doe to stand third in this class of yearlings. And then as we get into fourth, one that also gives up some size and width to them earlier placing animals. I like her for her structural correctness. I think she's put together very good. She just needs to be a little bit bolder throughout from front to rear. And then as we get back into to fifth, I just like to change this one just a little bit structurally, maybe widen it up in them pins just a little bit, wants to hock in its rear wheels just a touch, but still a very nice doe here to be in this class. Nice job by all these exhibitors. Thank you.
Congratulations to class winner Peyton Miller. Second place, Mary Bird, and third place, Peyton Miller. Entering the arena at this time is class 9. These exhibitors include Eden Myers, Leah Riley, Aaron Gunashikara, Riley Pence, Alex Gunashikara, Bryce Baker, Alicia Boone, and Audrey Taylor. First and second class winners should be outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors include Will Taylor, Bailey Fishback, Gunnar Truxell, Jake Bunning, Peyton Miller, and Mary Bird. Judge, this is your class. Mary Bird needs to be making their way outside the arena with their second place animal. And Gunnar Troxel needs to be making their way outside the arena with their first place animal.
I'm going to start the class off with this Cape doe here. I think she's just a really nice broody type doe. I really enjoy looking at her. You know, she stands on good feet and legs, adequate amount of bone. I really like the way her rib blends into her shoulder. I really like the way that ties in together. She's bold in the upper part of that rib shape, you know, but still has a feminine head and neck set. Just a really nice doe to start this class off. As we move into second, we have one that just gives up a little bit of overall power to that first place animal, you know, but still at the same time, I really enjoy looking at this one, how elevated it is in that front. Stands on good feet and legs, pretty elevated. You know, when I talk about feet and legs, maybe it gets just a little bit straight in them rear wheels, you know, when it falls off the hip just a touch, but still I like it for how feminine it is, how level top. Just a nice doe to be second in this class. As we move into third, one that comes in very closely in third spot. Just a few things I'd change on this one. Like I say, I do like her overall power. She's got a good turn to the rib. You know, maybe we just like to, you know, make her just a touch more feminine in that front 1/3. She gets a little straighter on her back legs, but still a very nice doe with a lot of power and just very broody to be third in this class. As we move into fourth, one that, you know, has as much power as any of them when we talk about width. She's just not as fit and trim as some of the other does in the class. She gets a little shorter neck, you know, and a little straighter on her rear legs. You know, we'd like to just clean her up a little bit on that sternum, tuck that back a little bit, but still, for a doe, she has a big rib in her, a big midsection, still will make a very good doe moving forward. Just like to correct a few things. And then as we get down into the fifth position, this one's just a little narrower. We'd like to make them wider from front to rear. I do like how elevated it is in the front and how thin of neck it is. We just need to make it a little more overall, more powerful, bigger rib and bigger from behind. But still a nice class of does here. Thank you. Yep.
Congratulations to class winner Riley Pence. Second place, Bryce Baker, and third place, Alicia Boone. Making their way into the arena at this time should be the first and second class winners. These from class 6 is Will Taylor and Bailey Fishback. Class 7 is Gunnar Troxel and Jake Bunning. Class 8 is Peyton Miller and Mary Bird. And class 9 is Riley Pence and Bryce Baker. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be class 10. These exhibitors include Gabriel Ebbing, Jacob Foreman, Bryce Baker, Brooklyn Weiram,
in the overall senior doe champion, or senior, yearling doe champion, excuse me. You know, here again, there's 8 very nice animals out here. I like them all for their own individual credits. But when I look at them, you know, there's a couple in here that really match what I'm trying to look for when I look for females. You know, moving into a breeding program, no matter if you're feeding full bloods or you're feeding Weathers type, you know, we're all kind of looking for the same things. We have our own individual criteria that we're looking for to make better ones, but at the end of the day, we need structurally sound ones that'll go on, lay down, and have babies. And you know, with these yearlings, we can start to see that they're starting to show a little bit of, you know, of maturity, so we get to look at them. But there's 2 out here that I think that's really held together really good over the first year of their life, and I just think that, you know, they're feminine, wide, you know, a correct amount of condition, good on their feet and legs, and a big rib and a big center to them. So at this time, I'll go out and congratulate your champion and reserve champion yearling doe. Thank you.
Congratulations, champion yearling doe Riley Pence, and reserve champion yearling doe Will Taylor. Making their way into the arena at this time should be Class 10. These exhibitors include Gabriel Ebbing, Jacob Foreman, Bryce Baker, and Brooke Wieram. Judge, this is your class. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Jake Bunning, Tanner Denton, Gabriel Ebbing, and Alicia Boone. Getting ready in the barn should be Class 12. These exhibitors include Olivia Sloan, Angela Jones, Addison Sloan, and Will Taylor.
This class sorted itself out right coming in the gate. I mean, we can look at this one. She's just a big, mature, painted up, broody doe that a lot of width, bone, and structural correctness. Just really like this doe to start off our senior doe division. As we move into second, one that gives up size, but I still do like it for structural correctness. That's what's got it into the the position it is. You know, it gives up a little bit of size to some of the other ones, but when we look at it for balance, from front to rear, it balances up good for me. Gives up just a little bit of circumference of bone, but still maintains that feminine look that we're looking for. As we get into third, one that, you know, I like it for its eye appeal, just gets a little narrow for me. You know, we'd like to maybe put a little condition on this one, make it wider from front to rear, but at the same time, there's things we like about it from that profile design. Just a nice doe here to stand third in this class. And as we get into fourth, another one, you know, similar to that third place one, just gets a little narrow for me. You know, I'd like to pick it up just a little bit on its rear pasturing, just a touch. You know, just showing its age just a little bit more than some of the other ones, but still a nice doe to round out this class. Congratulations to all these young exhibitors.
Congratulations to Brooke Wierum, second place Jacob Foreman, and third place Bryce Baker. Making their way into the arena at this time should be Jake Bunning, Tanner Denton, Gabe Ebbing, Alicia Boone. Getting ready in the barn should be Class 12. These exhibitors include Olivia Sloan, Angela Jones, Addison Sloan, and Will Taylor. Judge, this is your class. Angela Jones, you need to be outside the arena at this time.
couple of these does are showing a little more age, than some we've looked at earlier. I'm going to start off with the one that, I think for her age and the build, she just really held together pretty well. I really like how elevated she is in that front 1/3 circumference of bone, how she ties her neck into her shoulder, leading up into her head, just has a really nice horn set also. Nice older doe to start this class off. So we move into second. One that I like, maybe gives up just a little bit of size to that first place animal. Maybe just gets a little frail for me. Looks like she's got her working clothes on. Looks like she's been doing some work. Maybe we just level her top line out. But, a different day, maybe when she's not in milk, she would be a different doe. But I really like her. I think she's got a lot of good pieces. She's just, showing a little more stress than the first place animal. As we move into third, one that, I like her for her width. She gives up a little bit of size. She's pretty moderate. I'd like to correct her horn set just a little bit. They get a little bit, not quite like we'd like to have them as far as the way they're turned. But that's really just a talking point. We do enjoy how level her top is. We just like to elevate her a little bit, especially in that front 1/3, and add a little bit more bone and size to her to move up any higher in this class. And then as we get down into fourth, one that, we like for a lot of reasons. I can tell she's got a lot of age by, the way her head is. But still, she's getting a little thinner over that top, showing a little more wear and tear on her. Just a little bit narrower when we talk about that pin width. But still a good old brood doe to round out this class. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Thank you.
Congratulations to the first class winner, Alicia Boone. Second place, Jake Bunning. Third place, Tanner Deaton. Entering the arena at this time is Senior Doe Class 12. These exhibitors include Olivia Sloan, Angela Jones, Addison Stallone, and Will Taylor. Making their way to the arena at this time should be first and second class winners. These exhibitors include Brooke Weerum, Jacob Foreman, Alicia Boone, Jake Bunning. Judge, this is your class.
Here again on these older females, it kind of comes down to condition in my eyes. I'm going to start off with one that, maybe has the most condition in the class, but that's what we like to see. We like to see one that's converting well, still putting it together, still, able to stay in the flock. She's just really a pretty complete older doe. I like her for her width of chest. I like her for how feminine she is. Her mammary system seems to be in a pretty good situation. Her back leg has a lot of spring to it. I really enjoy seeing her on the move. She still moves with a lot of ease and cushion off that rear leg. As we move into second, one that, I like how big and broody she is also. She has a good amount of condition, a lot of width. When we see her moving off her rear legs, she's just not quite as comfortable. She's kind of straight in that rear leg, a little tighter in that pin set. But at the same time, she is just really big and bold and broody and big in that rib. A very nice older doe here in this class. And then as we get down into third and fourth, both of these I just like to add a little bit of condition. I think if we had them at a different point in their life when we was pouring the feed to them, I think they would look a lot fleshier and a lot better. But right now it's just a little tougher to look at them with just not having quite as much condition on them. So, if we could add a little more condition, they'd probably look wider and fleshier and a little bloomier for us. But a nice set of does to round out the class. Thank you.
Congratulations. First place, Will Taylor. Second place, Angela Jones. And third place, Addison Stallone. Making their way into the arena at this time should be first and second class. These exhibitors include Book Wareham, Jacob Foreman, Alicia Boone, Jake Bunning, Will Taylor, and Angela Jones. Wait. Bryce Baker, you need to be making your way to the show arena at this time. Bryce Baker. Bryce Baker, disregard. Judge, this is your class. Champion and reserve does need to be making their way into the arena. These include Peyton Miller, Grant Liming, and champion yearling doe, Riley Pence, and reserve champion yearling doe, Will Taylor.
As we start looking at our senior does, we kind of shift gears and we want them to look youthful for the age that they are, and but still maintain that overall power with, carry enough condition over them ribs, and just have really sound feet and legs. I think we found it out here. I think there's two out here that meet what we're looking for. And at this time, I'll go out and congratulate your champion or reserve champion, senior doe. Thanks.
Congratulations to champion senior doe, Brooklyn Wareham, and reserve champion senior doe, Alicia Boone. Making their way into the arena at this time should be Champion Junior Doe Peyton Miller, Reserve Champion Doe Grant Liming, Champion Yearling Doe Riley Pence, Reserve Champion Yearling Doe Will Taylor, Champion Senior Doe Brooklyn Wareham, Reserve Champion Senior Doe Alicia Boone. Judge, this is your class. Diamond Dollars need to be making their way to the arena at this time. These exhibitors include Addison Sloan, Tanner Denton, Gabe Ebbing, Audrey Taylor, and Will Taylor.
Attention all Market Goat exhibitors. You will have until 45 minutes after the conclusion of the Market Goat show to sign your animal up for the sale. You may consign your animal now, and then you will have until 45 minutes after the conclusion of the show. Also, you will have 1 hour after the show if you would like to take your breeding does or market goats home that are not going through the sale. You'll have an hour after tonight's show and an hour after tomorrow morning's County Born and Raised show.
As we get to the overall champion doe, it gets a little tougher and tougher as we move closer. Really like all 6 of these out here. We got a little bit different types and kinds, and like I say, you know, you should be able to see what I'm looking for as far as structural correctness and build and balance. I think we have that out here. It just comes down to preference, I think, at the end of the day, you know, and what I'm looking for. You know, I could go a couple different ways here and still feel satisfied, so nobody should really be disappointed with the outcome. It's just my opinion on this day, you know, but I really am happy with all these that are out here. I think they all deserve a round of applause, and then I'll come out and select our champion.
Congratulations to overall meat breeding doe, Peyton Miller. Reserve overall meat breeding doe, Riley Pence. Congratulations. Making their way into the arena at this time should be Dam and Daughter Show. These exhibitors include Addison Sloan, Tanner Denton, Gabe Ebbing, Audrey Taylor, and Will Taylor. Judge, this is your class.
when we judge these dam and daughter classes. You know, we're looking for overall quality of both animals, but at the same time, we want to see an improvement from one generation to the next. So, you know, I can look at the mother of this, see what we've bred it to, see that we've improved with the younger generation, and see what the improvements are. I think with this pair I'm starting out with, you know, we have an older female that, you know, really shows a lot of promise and a lot of positives. She's showing a little more age, but you know, there's things that we corrected as far as her top line and depth of chest and how clean we are in the chest floor with the next generation. I think she made a really nice daughter, you know, to be as a pair in this class, but a nice pair to start off this dam and daughter class. As we move into second, we have two. The mother of this, you know, we'd like to add a little more condition to, but we can tell she's in her working clothes. But as we bred to the next generation, you know, we see a lot of promise in this animal, you know, as far as structural correctness and whatever we bred, male we bred this one to, you know, we're getting better with that generation, you know, with just overall meat and width and style and design. And then so on and so forth as we go into third. You know, there was things I really didn't like about the mother of this one in class, but you know, when I look at the younger generation, I can see we've corrected a lot of this. You know, anything from the way that front chest is made, we don't protrude as far with the next generation. You know, the circumference of bone and straightness of legs, it's just a really nice doe that this one has produced, and I think that, you know, we have to appreciate this doe for producing such a good offspring. And then as we move into fourth, you know, we're not seeing as much improvement. We're still a little bit narrow based. I realize this one's pretty young, but you know, if we look at it, it's still just a little frail made, not as quite as powerful as some of the other ones. We'd just like to make some improvements maybe for the next mating to place higher in this class. And then as we move on down the line, you know, ones that are just a little finer made, you know, we just like to add a little more power and overall design to move up any higher in the class. But congratulations to all these young people. Thank you.
Congratulations, champion dam and daughter Will Taylor, reserve champion Addison Sloan. We will now begin the Market Goat Show. Class 1 underweight needs to be making their way outside the arena at this time. Hannah Florence. We also need Brooklyn Wareham and Lucia Taylor up to the announcer's stand without goats. We would like to congratulate Brooklyn Wareham for champion rate of gain. She had a rate of 0.69 pounds per day. And reserve champion rate of gain is Lucia Taylor with 0.62 pounds per day. Class 1 underweight needs to be making their way outside the arena. These exhibitors are Hannah Florence. Also, Class 1 dairy weathers need to be making their way outside the arena. These exhibitors are Ashton Swearingen, Ellie Taylor, Logan Taylor, Ellie Taylor, and Brooklyn Wareham. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 underweight. This exhibitor is Hannah Florence.
We only have one entry in this underweight division. Congratulations to this young lady for participating. I think she's done a nice job exhibiting, and a good job. Thank you.
Congratulations, underweight class winner Hannah Florence. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 Dairy Weathers. These exhibitors are Ashton Swearingen, Ellie Taylor, Logan Taylor, Ellie Taylor, Brooklyn Wareham, Emma Smith, and Riley Smith. Class 1 market goats need to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Samantha Oth, Mackenzie Foreman, Emery Palmer, Carissa Raymond, Alexa Baker, Jacob Foreman, and Kaylee Rout.
these dairy market wethers sort themselves out pretty easily. When you get your hands on them, you can definitely tell a difference. I wish everybody could touch them and feel them and see what the differences is. This one wins easily. You get your hands on, it's got the most condition, the most amount of muscle from front to rear. You know, this is a product-oriented class. You know, it just outclasses the rest of them. But this young lady's done a very nice job getting this one to the weight that it is and the amount of condition and muscle that's on this animal. So congratulations to her. As we move down into second and third, more similar in type and kind, but this second place animal, you know, just kind of, it falls into place. It has the second most amount of meat and muscle, and that's what it is. It's a product-oriented class. So if we can get muscle and condition on them, they show a lot better. So this one obviously is second because of the amount of muscle and meat that it has over that top, and they all maintain their structural correctness, so they're all good in that area. It's just this one, you know, it falls in second with the amount of meat and muscle. And here again in third is very similar to the second place one. You know, we just like to add a little more muscle and meat to move it up into that second place. And then as we move down into fourth and fifth, here again we have another pair that are very much alike. You know, it just, they look bigger and framier, but then when you get your hands on them, you know, they just lack a little bit of muscle and condition over that top. First thing you kind of feel is the backbone a little bit, but still with the amount of size and bone that they have, they still will, you know, hang a good carcass at the end of the day. But a nice job by all these dairy goat exhibitors. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 1 Dairy Weather winner, Brooklyn Wareham. Second place, Emma Smith. Third place, Riley Smith. Fourth place, Ellie Taylor. And fifth place, Ellie Taylor. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 Market Goats. These exhibitors are Samantha Auth, Mackenzie Foreman, Emery Palmer, Carissa Raymond, Alexa Baker, Jacob Foreman, and Kaylee Rout. Attention all hog exhibitors, please keep your animals inside of their pen until the conclusion of the Market Goat Show. We would like to thank our judge for this evening. His name is Nolan Fry. He's from Upper Sandusky, Ohio, where he, along with his wife and children, have raised goats for the past decade. Nolan is the coach of the Upper Sandusky livestock judging team. His children have been fortunate to show at local, state, and national levels competitively for many years as they continue to build their goat operation. Let's give him a round of applause. Benjamin Florence, you need to be making your way outside the arena at this time.
I'm going to start the class off with a traditional wether that's easily the widest base, best balanced, just widest over the top, best ribbed animal in this class. I really like him for a lot of his structural correctness, but, like I say, it comes down to product. And when you look at this one, he's just got a lot more product than everything else in this class. He just handles with a lot of firm touch over that rack and leading into that loin. Very nice one to start this class off. So we move into second. We have one that gets a little narrower for us, but still handles with a good amount of muscle. I like it for its overall build, just gets a little rounder and steeper in that hip than that first place animal, but still a very nice wether to stand second in this first class. So we move into third, one that, we like it from a profile design. We'd just like to trim it up maybe a little bit for the size it is. It has an adequate amount of bone, but it just gets a little wastier for me in the middle and a little narrower from behind. We just like to, widen it out from behind, add a balance when we look at it from the rear view. But a nice wether to stand third here in this class. And then as we move down into fourth, one that just gets a little lighter muscle for me. It gets a little steeper in its hip, but at the same time, we have a pretty good profile design. We just like to add a little bit of circumference of bone, make it not quite as frail off of its rear legs to stand higher in this class. And then as we get down into fifth, one that, just gets a little steep for me in the hip, a little bit straight in its rear legs. We'd like to add a little bit more meat and muscle over that top to stand any higher, but still a nice goat to stand fifth in this class. Congratulations to all these people. Thank you.
Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 Market Goats. These exhibitors are Sophie Auth, Joshua Graber, Kinley Likens, Lauren Best, Benjamin Florence, Emma Krebs, and Sophie Auth. Congratulations, Class 1 winner Kaylee Rout, second place Samantha Auth, third place Mackenzie Foreman, fourth place Alexa Baker, and fifth place Emery Palmer. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Class 3. These exhibitors are Kaya Florence, AJ Cunningham, Tanner Denton, Haley Moe, Agnes Vandegrift, Walker Denton, and Joanna Graber. Class 4 market goats need to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Samantha Oth, Jake Bunting, Tucker Denton, Joanna Grober, and Kylie Pike.
Here again, this class, it mostly comes down to product. You can pretty much line them up according to, how much condition, finish, however you want to say it, with muscle where we need it. So that's kind of what it comes down to here. I'm going to start off with the goat. I think it's probably the most moderate one in the class, but yet when we get our hands on it, it's very pleasing. It handles with a lot of shape over that rack and down into the loin. It has a lot of structural correctness on its feet and legs, but a nice weather to start this class off. So we move into second one that follows up pretty closely. Still handles with a good handle down the top. We'd like to maybe just open this one up just a touch, from front to rear. But other than that, it is a nice goat. There's a lot of positives here as far as structure and the amount of muscle that it has. We just need to make it a little wider from front to rear. As we move into third, one that, maybe we'd like to add a little bit of circumference of bone to this one to make it balance up a little better, level out that hip just a touch. But at the same time, it does carry a lot of muscle up into that rear leg. I do appreciate that. We just like to make it a touch wider in that front and in that chest floor to move them up any higher. And then as we move back into fourth, one that I do appreciate for his chest width, I think he's very neat made up in that front 1/3. It's just when I get over his top, we feel that backbone just a little bit more. We'd like to put a little more fat and condition on that, a little bit more muscle to make that feel a little more pleasing to the hand, but still a very nice weather to stand fourth in this class. And then as we get into fifth one, that just gets a little tight for me up front. We look at that shoulder. He wants to be a little narrow up there. He handles with some muscle and some condition over that top. We just like to add a little bit in the rear, but still a nice doe here in this class of weathers to be competitive. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 2 winner Lauren Best. Second place, Sophie Oth. Third place, Sophie Oth. Fourth place, Kinley Likens. And fifth place, Joshua Graber. Class 3 market goats are entering the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Kaya Florence, AJ Cunningham, Tanner Denton, Haley Moe, Agnes Vandegrift, Walker Denton, and Joanna Graber. Class 4 market goats need to be making their way outside the arena. These exhibitors are Samantha Oth, Jake Bunting, Tucker Denton, Joanna Graber, and Kylie Pike. We'd like to take a moment to thank our award sponsors for tonight: Kiwanis East Region, Brandenburg Family Farms, Colby Brandenburg, FOE number 2293, in memory of Donna Jennings, and in memory of Trish and Ariel Brandenburg, and EC Nuri Funeral Homes.
I'm going to start the class off with this lemon head here. You know, you look at it from a profile design, there's a lot to like. You know, we look at that chest floor, we really, you know, kind of shallow made. I like the, you know, width it has in its chest floor. Just a nicely put together goat. Get my hands on it, don't disappoint. It actually handles better than it looks. So really appreciate this goat here in this class. I think she's done a nice job of showing it. As we move into second, one that maybe not as appealing to the eye from the profile, gets a little deeper gutted, a little more gutty animal, you know, just a hair deeper. But you know, when we start talking about product, this one probably has as much as any in the class, and that's what I appreciate. I'd like to pick it up on its pasterns just a little bit, but you know, at the same time, you know, it's unmatched in product to the ones behind it. So you know, we really have to go to this route, because when you really look at its hip and the amount of definition of muscle that it has, it just excels in that area. So a nice doe to stand second in this class. As we get into third, one that from the profile, and when we look at it from in terms of bone, I like it. I kind of like its design. There's just things I'd like to change when I get my hands on him. He just doesn't handle with as much power over that rack. He gets a little weak behind that shoulder. We'd like to straighten that out just a touch, but at the same time, still a very nice goat to stand third in this class. And then as we're into fourth, young lady's goat, you know, I like it. It's a very clean made goat, adequate amount of bone, handles with a good amount of power. You know, it's still kind of got a ditch over that top. Just, you know, a shade narrower than some of the other ones higher up in this class. But at the same time, I really like it for the amount of muscle it carries over that top. And here again, as we get into fifth, one that walking in the ring, I thought it would be right at the top of its class because of its profile view. You get in front of it and behind it, it just gets kind of narrow and tighter made than it looks like it's going to, because it's got a nice foot size, a nice amount of bone. It is just a touch forward in the shoulder design, but you know, we're not going to be that critical on that. It's just we'd like to add some overall width so that we can add more muscle over that top. Congratulations to all these exhibitors, and thank you.
Congratulations, Class 3 winner, Joanna Grober. Second place, Agnes Vandegrift. Third place, Tanner Denton. Fourth place, Haley Moe. And fifth place, Walker Denton. Entering the arena at this time is Class 4, Samantha Auth, Jake Bunting, Tucker Denton, Joanna Graber, and Kylie Pike. Making their way outside the arena at this time is our first and second place from Class 1. First place, Kaylee Rout. Second place, Samantha Auth. From Class 2, first place, Laura Best. Second place, Sophie Auth. From Class 3, first place, Joanna Graber, and second place, Agnes Vandegrift. Please be making your way outside the arena at this time.
I'm going to start the class off with this traditional weather. I think it's pretty good weather. We like a lot of things about it. It's got a lot of structural correctness when we look at it. When I get my hands on it, handles with a lot of squareness, shape, and muscle over its top, given its size. It doesn't disappoint when we get in behind. It still has a lot of width and balances up very nicely when we look at it from a rear view. As we get into second one that I like also, is very close between first and second. This one handles with a lot of power and design over that top. Maybe just gets a little rounder in the shape when I handle its muscle. Just gives up a touch there. But other than that, just a nice design goat with a lot of power and muscle. Moving into third, one that is a very complete animal. I think it's consistent front to rear. I think it balances up nicely. Just gets a little rounder and a little less dimension of muscle over the top than them first two placing animals. But at the same time, I like its profile. I like its turn to its rib, how level that top is. So a very nice goat here in third in this class. So we get back into fourth. One that's very close with between fourth and fifth. It was a decision in my head which way to go here. But the fourth place animal, I thought maybe just had a little bit more overall muscle. It gives up a little bit in design and the overall way it's made, but I think at the end of the day, the amount of product is important. So that's why this one ended up fourth. And then as we get into fifth, like I said, just gave up a little bit of product, but has a little bit of added design and look over the fourth place animal. Nice job by all the exhibitors. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 4 winner, Joanna Graber. Second place, Kylie Pike. Third place, Samantha Auth. Fourth place, Tucker Denton. And fifth place, Jake Bunting. Agnes Vandegrift, you need to be making your way to the arena at this time with your second place scope out of Class 3. Kylie Pike needs to be making your way outside the arena with your second place scope. Entering the arena at this time is our first and second place lightweight goats. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Kaylee Rout. Second place, Samantha Auth. Class 2, first place, Lauren Best. Second place, Sophie Auth. Class 3, first place, Joanna Graber. Second place, Agnes Vandegrift. In Class 4, first place, Joanna Graber. And second place, Kylie Pike. Attention all market goat exhibitors. You will have from now until 45 minutes after the conclusion of the market goat show to consign your animals to the sale. You must consign your animal to the sale if you plan to sell. And you also will have 1 hour after the show, the conclusion of the show tonight or the conclusion of the County Born and Raised show tomorrow to take your animals home if you are not selling. And if you plan to leave, you please talk to Colby Brandenburg. Our third place exhibitors need to be making their way outside the arena. From Class 1, Jacob Foreman. Class 2, Sophie Auth. Class 3, Tanner Denton. Class 4, Samantha Auth.
Starting out with this first division of lightweights, you know, when we're talking about these lighter weight animals, as I said before, you know, a lot of it's about how much condition and how much muscle we can get on them in the shortest amount of time. I think when we look at them out here, you know, of the ones we've seen today, you know, these are the ones that, you know, definitely have the most condition and muscle on them. I think at that point, then I have to break it down to style and design and what I'm looking for. So I think there's two out here that I can be pretty satisfied with. There's a couple of them out here that I like real well. But at this time, I'll go out and congratulate the one that I think should be champion or reserve champion lightweight. Thank you.
Congratulations, champion lightweight Lauren Best. Reserve champion Joanna Graber. We need the third place from Class 2, Sophie Auth, to be entering the arena at this time, and also from Class 3, Tanner Denton. Samantha Auth, we need your third place goat out of Class 4. Class 5 market goats need to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Joshua Florence, Tate Tislin, Emma Brandenburg, Bethany Krebs, Alexa Baker, Ellie Mae Hazelbaker, and Bailey Fishback. Alexa Baker, you have 2 minutes to make your way to the show arena. Judge, this is your class. Class 6 market goats need to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Paige Bartlett, Josie Benjamin, Gabriel Ebbing, Rowdy Etling, Carla Evans, and Will Taylor. Class 7 market goats need to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Walker Denton, Brielle Cochran, Henry Gray, Logan Harless, Kaylee Rout, and Olivia Sloan. Paige Bartlett, you need to be making your way outside the show arena at this time.
This first class of middleweight sorts itself pretty easy. I really like this one when it come in the ring. You know, it has a lot of design. Actually, these first two, it's just if we look at this first place, whether, you know, we're just a tick shallower in the chest, you know, progressively good in the bottom line, get our hands on just handles with the most amount of dimension and shape of muscle over that rack leading into the loin. Just a really neat put together wether. I really like how trim and athletic made he is. Very good wether to start this class off. As we get down in here to second, another one that I like, you know, it's a heavy muscled wether. You know, just doesn't quite have as many of the extras that first place wether does when we start looking at it from a profile design. But at the same time, I think this one's probably almost equal in muscle. Just doesn't have quite as good of edges over its rack and down its loin, but a very nice wether. As we get into third, one that's probably a little different than the rest of them in this class. It's a little more moderate in its size, but still at the same time, you know, when you look at overall width and width of shoulder carrying it back to a tip, it has a lot of width. It just don't have as much of that up-headed, tall-fronted design as the first two placing wethers, and just gets a little bit rounder in its muscle shape. As we move down into fourth, one that, you know, is attractive from the profile, you know, I just like to add a little condition over it. When I get my hand on it, you know, the first thing we feel is that backbone in its top line. You know, we just like to cover that over with a little more condition, maybe some more time that would fill in, but today that's just kind of how it fell. And then as we get into fifth, another one that was, you know, very close in position. Just didn't have quite as much when I went and looked at it from behind. You know, I just like to open it up and make it a little wider from behind, you know, to make it balance up just a little bit better. But other than that, it's a very nice class of goats here. Congratulations to all these young people. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 5 winner Emma Brandenburg. Second place, Tate Tislin. Third place, Ellie Mae Hazelbaker. Fourth place, Bailey Fishback. And fifth place, Alexa Baker. Entering the arena at this time is Class 6. These exhibitors are Paige Bartlett, Josie Benjamin, Gabriel Ebbing, Rowdy Etling, Carla Evans, and Will Taylor. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Class 7. These exhibitors are Walker Denton, Brielle Cochran, Henry Gray, Logan Harless, Kaylee Rout, and Olivia Sloan. Henry Gray, you need to be making your way outside the arena at this time.
when we get into classes like this, sometimes I wish some of y'all could come out here and feel what I'm feeling and see what I'm seeing, because sometimes it'll amaze you. You know, when we see them come in the ring, we think one way, and then as we start to evaluate them, our opinions will change. But not in the case of this first place animal. This one hit me hard coming into the ring. Definitely has the most overall power and muscle over top, standing on the most amount of bone, leading into a big hip. Really nice weather to start out this class. As we move into second, this was the one that kind of surprised me. You know, I didn't think much of it, kind of overlooked it when it came in. It was, you know, just another red goat. But when I got my hands on it and actually started to evaluate it, there is a lot of good pieces in this weather. You know, he can really start to run with that first place one. If he had the amount of hip that first place weather did, he could really run with him. I appreciate how open he is in his chest for his size, how square he is over that shoulder, handles with a good rack. This young man didn't necessarily brace him, but I could still tell when I got up over and felt him, you know, what we was dealing with here. So a nice weather to stand second in this class. As we get into third, we got the painted up weather. Nice one. I like how elevated he is in that front end, how good he is over his shoulder. Maybe just lacks a little bit of muscle over that top and into that loin that some of the other ones here in the front had, but still a really tricked out, neat design goat to stand third in this class. As we move into fourth, the young lady's goat. You know, I like it for its moderate design. You know, it just gets a little rounder for me. It don't handle with as much shape as some of the other goats. You know, I like a lot of its correctness in its top line. It's just we'd like to square it up just a little bit the way it's made. And then as we move into fifth, like I said, this one, you know, has maybe more muscle than the fourth place animal. But, you know, I get a little concerned with the structure, how high he carries himself in that over his loin, and it's how straight he is in that back leg. I'd like to put a little cushion in them as he moves, but still in very nice weather. Nice job by all these young people, and congratulations.
Congratulations, Class 6 winner, Carla Evans. Second place, Rowdy Etling. Third place, Will Taylor. Fourth place, Josie Benjamin. And fifth place, Gabriel Ebbing. Entering the arena at this time is Class 7. These exhibitors are Walker Denton, Brielle Cochran, Henry Gray, Logan Harless, Kaylee Rout, and Olivia Sloan. Making their way outside the arena at this time is Class 8. These exhibitors are Alicia Boone, Kylan Cochran, Kinley Likens, Carla Evans, Easton Jennings, Angela Jones, and Peyton Miller. Class 9 needs to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Megan Ellis, Savannah Pennington, Eden Myers, Bryce Baker, Easton Jennings, Grant Liming, Charlie Troxel, and Emma Brandenburg.
we kind of shift gears going into this class. You know, we have a little different level of competition and a little bit different design. I do appreciate how tall fronted this goat is. You know, when we get our hands on them, handles with firm muscle. Maybe not the whitest goat in the barn, but you know, when we look at it, it's adequate in all areas. Nice combination goat to stand first in this class. Moving back to second, young lady's goat, very similar to the first place one, just gets a little rounder over that top than the first place animal. Maybe gives up just a scotch in width, but at the same time, you know, handles with a lot of firm muscle. When she gets it driving, you know, I can feel how that rack is and back into his loin. Maybe just want to freshen it up just a hair, you know, on a different day, but today that's how it kind of fell. So nice job by this young lady. Moving into third, one that I thought was going to place real high here. You know, I like his design. He's a little bit more moderate, a little bit, you know, square made, but then when you get your hands on him, he just kind of disappoints. He lacks the amount of firm muscle that I'd like to see on that carcass. So, you know, that's kind of, he got into his third position by design alone. You know, there is some muscle there, but just not as much as them first two placing goats. As we move back into fourth, the painted goat, you know, we like from a profile standpoint, tall fronted, just lacks the amount of overall width that we'd like to see from front to back. You know, to handle with a more muscle, it gets a little tighter in that fore rib behind the shoulder. We'd like to open him up just a touch. But at the same time, he looks good on the move. Once we get him out, get him on the move, he moves with a lot of freeness and just a really nice goat to stand fourth in this class. And then as we get into fifth, one that's just a rounder made, a little more peaked over that shoulder, leading back into that loin and hip. But at the same time, you know, we do like for how elevated it is in its front. But a nice class of goats here. Congratulations to all. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 7 winner Kaylee Rout. Second place, Brielle Cochran. Third place, Denton Walker. Fourth place, Olivia Sloan. And fifth place, Logan Harless. Entering the arena at this time is Class 8. These exhibitors are Alicia Boone, Kylan Cochran, Kinley Likens, Carla Evans, Easton Jennings, Angela Jones, and Peyton Miller. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Class 9. These exhibitors are Megan Ellis, Savannah Pennington, Eden Myers, Bryce Baker, Easton Jennings, Grant Liming, Charlie Troxel, and Emma Brandenburg.
no mysteries out here. The kind of the one I like. I'm gonna start off with the all-white goat. Really pleasing to the hand when I get up on his rack. Just handles with a big square rack leading into his loin, big hip. Just a really nice goat, to lead this class off with. Not a lot of problems with it. Maybe add just a scotch of circumference of bone like the second place animal, but that's just getting picky. So nice goat here to start this class off. As we're moving into second, one that I like, I think his design is good. I think there's a lot of good pieces in this one. I like it. I think it is definitely the second best animal in this ring. I like it's a circumference of bone. I like a lot of pieces of it. It just doesn't have as much rack as that first place animal. That first place animal just had a lot of squareness. This is a very good animal, just gets a little rounder when we're talking about over that rack and into that loin. Very nice animal stand second in this class. As we get into third, one that also has a nice design. We like it for circumference of bone, how up-headed it is. I love its shoulder angle. Here again, I just like to add more top to it, as far as squareness over that rack. I think that's the one place that it sacrifices a little bit. And then when we start talking about hip, it gives up just a little bit, but still a very nice animal in this class. As we move down into fourth, one that I like, it gets a little bit loose-heighted for me, and I don't get too cranked up over that. I do like his design. I like how open it is in that front 1/3. He just protrudes a little bit when we start talking about his sternum. I like how level his top is. He's got a big top. When I get my hands on it, just as kind of spongy to the touch, just isn't as firm as some of the other animals in this class, but still a very neat wether to be in this class. And then as we get into fifth, another one that, just is a little more rounder made. I like his design. I just like to make him a little squarer over his top, a little squarer everywhere to be any higher in this class, but still a very nice wether to round out this class. Congratulations to all these young people. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 8 winner, Carla Evans. Second place, Peyton Miller. Third place, Angela Jones. Fourth place, Alicia Boone. And fifth place, Easton Jennings. Entering the arena at this time is Class 9. These exhibitors are Megan Ellis, Savannah Pennington, Eden Myers, Bryce Baker, Easton Jennings, Grant Liming, Charlie Troxel, and Emma Brandenburg. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be all first, second, and third place from classes 5 through 8. These exhibitors are from Class 5, Emma Brandenburg, Tate Tisland, and Ellie Mae Hazelbaker. From Class 6, Carla Evans, Rowdy Etling, and Will Taylor. From Class 7, Kaylee Rout, Brielle Cochran, and Walker Denton. From Class 8, Carla Evans, Peyton Miller, and Angela Jones. Rowdy Etling, you need to be making your way outside the arena with your second place goat. Will Taylor and Ellie Mae Hazelbaker, you need to be making your way outside the arena with your third place goats.
Very nice balanced weather to start this class off. Really tricked out when we look at it from a profile design. You know, we really like the way that shoulder sets in there. But the most impressive thing is when we get up on top of it, the amount of muscle it's got with a turn to the rib. Just really like that one. A lot of hip there, a lot of squareness of muscle, a lot of good in this animal. As we move into second, one that, you know, is a very heavy muscle. I like the amount of muscle he has. Big old hip in him, just gets a little rounder than some of the other ones that are the one that beats it in class. But you know, when we talk about turn to rib and body shape, he's got it. Just like to make a little square, a little more shape and design over that top. But other than that, it's just a very powerful weather to stand second in this class. As we move into third, one that I really like for his design, I was pretty high on him when he walked in the ring. I looked at him and the more I got my hands on him, you know, I just couldn't get a good feel or a read on his top. You know, he has muscle up there. It's just not as firm and square as some of the other ones. So that's where, you know, and he just kind of got beat, you know, as far as hip when we talk about the second place animal. Just had more explosive hip muscle than this one did. But still just a very nice, complete goat. I don't have a ton of faults with it. Just need more power to, you know, play any higher in this class. As we get into fourth, young man's goat. You know, I get my hands on him. He handles with firm muscle. It's just a little rounder. He's just a skosh narrower than some of the other ones. You know, if we wanted to improve him, we'd make him a little bolder. But at the same time, he's got an up front design, you know, nice straight front legs, nice circumference of bone. Very nice weather to be fourth in this class. And then as we move back into fifth with the red weather, one that just gets a little rounder for me. There's a lot of product there. It's just a little rounder and softer to the touch. Young man's working hard to get this one showed, but at the end of the day, very nice weather to stand fifth in this class. Congratulations to all these people. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 9 winner Emma Brandenburg. Second place, Charlie Troxel. Third place, Megan Ellis. Fourth place, Bryce Baker. And fifth place, Easton Jennings. Entering the arena at this time is first and second place from classes 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. From class 5, first place Emma Brandenburg, and second place Tate Tislin. Class 6, first place Carla Evans, and second place Rowdy Etling. From class 7, first place Kaylee Rout, and second place Brielle Cochran. From class 8, first place Carla Evans, and second place Peyton Miller. And from class 9, first place Emma Brandenburg, and second place Charlie Troxel. Megan Ellis, you need to be making your way outside of the arena with your third place goat out of class 9.
In this middleweight division, we keep intensifying the quality of goats. Really nice set out here. I think you can see we got some pretty structurally correct, heavy muscled ones out here. I think they're doing a pretty good job of getting them shown. At this time, I'll go out and congratulate the top 5 wethers. But like I said, you probably can tell by what I've said earlier which ones I really like. But I think they're all very high caliber, nice goats, and we'll see how it turns out. But good job and congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Congratulations, Emma Brandenburg, champion middleweight. In reserve, Carla Evans. We need third place Megan Ellis to be entering the ring at this time. And also third place Angela Jones out of Class 8. Congratulations, Charlie Troxel, third overall middleweight. Congratulations, Peyton Miller, fourth overall middleweight, and fifth overall middleweight, Emma Brandenburg. Class 10 should be outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Kenny Heflin, Reed Etling, Alexander Gunasakara, Whitney Hauserman, Gunnar Troxel, and Will Taylor. Entering the arena at this time is Class 10. These exhibitors are Kenny Hefling, Reed Etling, Alexander Gunasakara, Whitney Hauserman, Gunnar Troxel, and Will Taylor. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Class 11. These exhibitors are Kira Moe, Eden Myers, Bryce Baker, Gunnar Troxel, Evie Bartlett, Whitney Hauserman, and Riley Smith.
starting off the first class of heavyweights here. We get into a little different style of goats here. We're dealing with a few condition issues on them. We're starting to get showing a little more signs of being heavy condition. And as we get these weathers ready, some of that can be resolved by, a good exercise program, 6 to 8 weeks before the fair. But still at the same time, we have a nice set of weathers out here. I was just pointing out, the differences we see when we look at these animals. But I'm going to start off with the traditional weather here. I think he's the widest based, most moderate, heaviest built weather of the class. Handles with a lot of shape and dimension over his top, leading into his hip. But just a nice weather here, very complete to start this class off. If we move into second one that I like, we look at it from the front 1/3. He's opened up in that chest floor, pretty wide base. Just kind of a neat kind of a weather. Just gets a little rounder for me in its muscle shape and how his shoulders put together. I'd like to square it up a little bit, but still at the same time, we have to appreciate how much overall muscle and product is in this animal. And then as we get into third, another one that's very similar, similar made kind of a goat, with a lot of product in it. Just isn't quite as good when I look at the rear 1/3 of his skeleton. Doesn't move quite as good off them rear legs. Gets down a little on his pasture and it's kind of a little bit straight. But at the same time, it's still wide with a lot of product and a good amount of condition on this animal. As we get into fourth, one that maybe just isn't quite as fresh as some of the other ones. I think if we could freshen him up a little bit, he would stand higher in this class. It could be the heat and what he's going through moving here, but he just doesn't handle with a lot of freshness or look as fresh as some of the other ones. I like the amount of bone he stands on, his overall design. Just need more meat, muscle, and freshness to stand any higher in this class. And then as we round out the class here in fifth, one that we like for its overall design is just a little more frail made. Being a doe, sometimes they are just a little more frail when we get into these bigger classes, just a little narrower in them pins. But at the same time, I like how up-fronted she is and her overall levelness. Nice doe to round out this class. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 10 winner Gunnar Troxel. Second place, Will Taylor. Third place, Kenny Heflin. Fourth place, Reed Etling. And fifth place, Alexander Gunusakara. Entering the arena at this time is Class 11. These exhibitors are Kira Moe, Eden Myers, Bryce Baker, Gunnar Troxel, Evie Bartlett, Whitney Hauserman, and Riley Smith. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Class 12. These exhibitors are Charlie Troxel, Courtney Donovan, Alicia Boone, Riley Pence, and Peyton Miller. Attention all goat exhibitors, a reminder that you have from now until the end of the market show from now until 45 minutes after the end of the market show to consign your animal to the sale. And you also have 1 hour after the conclusion of the show tonight or the show tomorrow after Born and Raised. You have an hour after the conclusion of those shows to leave if you are not selling your animals. If you plan to leave, please talk to Colby Brandenburg.
All right, starting the class off with another traditional weather. Just really combines together, meat and muscle. It's just a very complete package. When we look at it from the profile, it's got a good size long hip in it. I like how square it is over that shoulder. Maybe gets a touch deeper in that rib cage, but still at the same time has a nice turn to its rib, adequate amount of bone to win this class. As we move into second, we have one that maybe is a little bit narrower, a little bit taller made animal, a little bit taller to the point of his shoulder. For me, it just gets a little rounder than that first place animal. Don't have quite the width of muscle over the top. It's still, I appreciate how square it is over its hip, but still at the same time, it just gets a little narrower when I look at it from behind. As we move into third, one that maybe has a little bit wider muscle when we talk about it over the top. It's probably equally square, handles with a lot of hard muscle. It just gets a little tricky for me because I don't quite like the way the shoulder's put together. It's a little more peaked coming out of that shoulder, a little narrower, tighter, but still at the same time, I do like this animal for the amount of muscle that it has over its top. And then as we move into fourth, a goat that, we like for a lot of its characteristics. Here again, it just gets a little narrower when we look at it from behind, doesn't have as much balance as we would like, gets a little straighter in its rear leg, and a little steeper in its hip. We'd like to correct that, but at the same time, like I say, it does have a nice design, good front legs with an adequate amount of bone that it stands on. And then as we move into fifth, this is where it becomes interesting. I don't know that I've ever said this before, but that's what I was talking to the young lady about. I asked what it was. She said it's a Spanish cross goat. Well, we actually raise Spanish, and I should have identified that, but I did not. But in that regard, this is the most competitive Spanish I've ever seen. And they're all meat goats, and they all belong in the meat market class. But this is a very good example of a Spanish to stand fifth in this class. You get your hands on it, it don't handle like a dairy goat. It's got a lot of firm muscle over that top. We look at them front legs, it's got an adequate amount of bone. Gets a little steeper in its hip, and that's kind of characteristic of the breed. But a very good example of a Spanish in this class. So all these young people did a great job, and they should all be congratulated. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 11 winner Gunnar Troxel. Second place, Bryce Baker. Third place, Kira Moe. Fourth place, Eden Myers. And fifth place, Whitney Hauserman. Entering the arena at this time is Class 12. These exhibitors are Charlie Troxel, Courtney Donovan, Alicia Boone, Riley Pence, and Peyton Miller. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Class 13. These exhibitors are Angela Jones, Riley Pence, Megan Ellis, Emma Smith, Brooklyn Wareham, and Aaron Gunasekara. A reminder to all goat exhibitors, the Skillathon Awards have been moved up to 5:30 on Thursday. Again, the Skillathon Awards will begin at 5:30 on Thursday.
Close decision for these top pair. But I'm starting out with the paint goat. You get your hands on him. He's just got the most muscle, best turn to his rib, blends in the best to his shoulder, carries that rack into his loin. Maybe gets a touch round when we get back to the loin, but for a big old guy, he handles pretty good. I really appreciate how much muscle's in that hip. When we get him down on the ground, he moves with a lot of ease and presence. As we move into second, like I said, it was very close. This one's maybe a little taller fronted style weather. I appreciate its feet and legs. That's what I asked him, lower it down, because sometimes when you jack them up, they hawk in a little bit. He put it down on the ground. He's good on his rear wheels, so that's what I was checking for. He may just get a touch steeper in that hip, but still has a long enough hip and enough muscle over that top to stand second in this class. And as we get into third, one that I like from a profile standpoint, tall fronted, when we get to the back, maybe just disappoints a little bit. It's a little narrower, wants to hawk in them rear wheels just a touch, just a little bit closer in them pins. But other than that, it's just really nice weather with a lot of rack and top shape to stand third here. As we get into fourth place, young ladies goat. When I handle him, handles pretty good over the top. It still has a lot of firmness, still pretty good on condition. Maybe just not quite as square as some of the other animals. And then just disappoints a little bit when we get back to that hip. Just don't have as much muscle as we'd like to see. Gets a little frailer on that back leg. But still, a lot of product in this animal. And then into fifth, another one that, just gives up a little more product than the fourth place animal. I like the way he's designed up front. I think he's tall fronted. I just like to see some more muscle on this guy to move him up any higher. But a nice class of goats here, and congratulations to all. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 12 winner, Charlie Troxel. Second place, Peyton Miller. Third place, Alicia Boone. Fourth place, Courtney Donovan. And fifth place, Courtney Donovan. Entering the arena at this time is Class 13. These exhibitors are Angela Jones, Riley Pence, Megan Ellis, Emma Smith, Brooklyn Wareham, and Aaron Gunas-Sakara. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be Class 14. These exhibitors are Kylie Pike, McKinley Fishback, Alexis Harless, Lucia Taylor, and Tucker Denton. All first, second, and third place goats from classes 10, 11, and 12 need to be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are from class 10, Gunnar Troxel, Will Taylor, and Kenny Heflin. From class 11, Gunnar Troxel, Bryce Baker, and Kira Moe. From Class 12, Charlie Troxel, Peyton Miller, and Alicia Boone.
This traditional weather, we're starting the class off with just a really heavy muscle rascal. You get your hands on them, you can feel a lot of muscle over that top. Has a good amount of shape and dimension. It's really pleasing to the hand when I get on them. Handles with a big hip also. I really like this one. I think he packs a big punch. There's a few things we would change on him structurally, but, we won't talk about that. But anyways, when we talk about a heavy muscled rascal, this is the one. So he will easily win this class. As we move into second, we have one that, I really like the design of it. He's about ideal, when we look at him from a profile. Just doesn't handle with as much hard muscle over that top. But I do appreciate how wide he is in that chest floor and how he flows up into his neck and head. If we could just, actually I'd like to raise him up just a tick in his front. He tracks downhill just a fuzz, but other than that, he's just a really nice weather to stand second here in this competitive class. As we get into third, we have one that's a little bit narrower based animal, handles with some dimension of muscle. It's really fresh for the age he's at and the size. I can appreciate that. We just need to add some more overall power and squareness to move him up any higher. And then as we get into fourth, the young ladies, weather, I think it's an attractive weather. Here again, we just need to make it wider from front to rear, and by doing that, we're going to add more muscle to it over the top, but still in very nice weather, a very good project here in this class. And then in fifth, this weather, I think if we would have seen him maybe, earlier than this, I think he would have been more attractive to me. Right now, I like him from the front 1/3. As I get into the back, that's when I start having issues. It looks like he's a little bit past due, a little bit wrung out. So different day, different show, I think maybe he would have stood higher in this class. So congratulations to all these young people.
Congratulations, Class 13 winner Megan Ellis. Second place, Angela Jones. Third place, Brooklyn Wareham. Fourth place, Aaron Gunasekara. And fifth place, Riley Pence. Entering the arena at this time is Class 14. These exhibitors are Kylie Pike, McKinley Fishback, Alexis Harless, Lucia Taylor, and Tucker Denton. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be our first, second, and third place from Class 10. First place, Gunnar Troxel. Second place, Will Taylor. In third place, Kenny Heflin. From Class 11, Gunnar Troxel. Second place, Bryce Baker. Third place, Kira Moe. From Class 12, first place, Charlie Troxel. Second place, Peyton Miller. In third place, Alicia Boone. Class 13, first place, Megan Ellis. Second place, Angela Jones. And third place, Brooklyn Wareham. We would like to thank our judge for this evening. His name is Nolan Fry. He's from Upper Sandusky, Ohio, where he, along with his wife and children, have raised goats for the past decade. Nolan is the coach of the Upper Sandusky livestock judging team, and his children have been fortunate to show at local, state, and national levels competitively for many years as they continue to build their goat operation. Let's give him a round of applause. Getting ready in the barn should be our champion and reserve champion lightweights and middleweights. These exhibitors are from the lightweight division, Lauren Best and Joanna Graber. From the middleweight division, Emma Brandenburg and Carla Evans.
in this final heavyweight class, you know, we start to get into some condition issues. You know, you can tell a lot of that when you get your hands on them. But, you know, when you look at them, you can see how much definition of muscle when they move in that hip. And that kind of tells you, you know, where they're at in condition. When they start looking a little bit round and, you know, you really don't see that definition, we know they're getting a little past done. The animal I'm going to start off with, I think he's probably the most complete one in the class. I like how square made he is. He balances up from front to rear, still has a good amount of muscle over that rack and into his loin. You know, she's not power bracing him, so we don't see it as much, but still it's just a pretty good piece of livestock out here to start this class off. As we move into second, this young lady's doing a pretty good job getting it stuck. You know, we can see the definition of muscle. He just disappoints a little bit when I get in behind him. I'd like to make him a little bit bigger hip, a little bit wider, you know, but I really do appreciate how wide he is from in the front 1/3 and how heavy boned he is. A very well-made goat in the front 1/3. As we get into third, this young lady's goat, you know, I really do like. I think it gets good from the profile design. Here again, when we get in the rear 1/3 of the skeleton, starts to concern me. It's getting down on them pasterns just a little bit, you know, tapers a little bit. We just like to add a little more hip and muscle to that back end to match up with that front end, which is what we call balance. So if we could get this one to balance up, you know, it'd be higher in the class. And then as we get into fourth, you know, with the red goat, you know, it's a nice design goat, just doesn't have the overall power from front to rear to compete with some of these other goats. But I do appreciate that. I think it's conditioned correctly. I don't think it's over on fat. I think she's done a good job with that, so could be commended with that. And then as we get into fifth, you know, one that looks a little different to us. But anyways, you know, he's just showing signs of over condition. You know, he's just a little wastier, and in these goats, you know, we don't want to get them to where they're over fat. I do appreciate how bold made he is and how rugged he is. I just like to see him a little earlier or with a little more exercise to move him up any higher. But a nice class of goats to round out the day. Congratulations to all. Thank you.
Congratulations, Class 14 winner, Lucia Taylor. Second place, Lucia Taylor. Third place, Alexis Harless. Fourth place, Kylie Pike. And fifth place, Tucker Denton. Entering the arena at this time is our first and second place from Class 10, Gunnar Troxel and Will Taylor. From Class 11, Gunnar Troxel and Bryce Baker. From Class 12, Charlie Troxel and Peyton Miller. From Class 13, Megan Ellis and Angela Jones. And from Class 14, Lucia Taylor and Lucia Taylor. Making their way outside the arena at this time should be our Grand and Reserve Champion Lightweight, which is for Champion Lauren Best and Reserve Champion Joanna Graber, tag number 0162. And also our Champion and Reserve Champion Middleweight Division. For champion is Emma Brandenburg, tag 0766, and reserve champion Carla Evans, tag number 2218. Out of the lightweight and middleweight divisions, we need 3rd overall, 4th overall, and 5th overall to please be getting ready in the barn. From the lightweight division, these exhibitors are Joanna Graber, tag number 0159, Kylie Pike, and Samantha Auth. From the middleweight division, Charlie Troxel, tag number 0008. Peyton Miller, tag number 0059. And Emma Brandenburg, tag number 0810. We also need our champion and reserve champion Dairyweathers to be making their way outside the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Brooklyn Wareham and Emma Smith.
Well, we got all these animals together for this heavyweight drive. They're starting to get a little bit ornery, and I think they want to be done with this, but you know, we got to make it through just a little bit longer. So, but anyways, another nice set. You know, we have some that are getting a little bit bigger here, a little coarser made, but still at the same time, you know, we can see a whole lot of good in each one of these. You know, it makes it a tough decision for me. But, you know, there's a couple out here that I think that, you know, still have the right amount of condition, the right amount of touch and muscle, and you know, put together in a pretty cool package. So at this time, we'll go out and congratulate first through fifth, and then move on to the champion drive. Thank you.
Congratulations, champion heavyweight division, Megan Ellis. We need the third place, Brooklyn Wareham, out of class 13, to be entering the ring. Congratulations, reserve champion heavyweight, Gunnar Troxel. Third overall, Charlie Troxel. We need the third place from Class 10, Kenny Heflin. And the third place from Class 12, Alicia Boone. Reserve champion Dairyweather, Emma Smith, you need to be outside the arena at this time. Entering the arena at this time is our champion Dairyweather, Brooklyn Wareham, reserve champion Emma Smith, Our champion lightweight, Lauren Best. Reserve champion, Joanna Graber. Champion middleweight, Emma Brandenburg. Reserve champion, Carla Evans. And our champion heavyweight, Megan Ellis. Reserve champion, Gunnar Troxel. Emma Smith, you need to be making your way into the arena at this time. Third place Dairyweather, Riley Smith, needs to be getting ready in the barn. Emma Smith, you have 2 minutes to make it to the show arena. Okay. Riley Smith, please make your way into the show arena. Third, fourth, and fifth overall in each division needs to be outside the arena at this time. For the lightweights, Joanna Graber, tag 159, Kylie Pike and Samantha Auth. For middleweight, Charlie Troxel, Peyton Miller, and Emma Brandenburg. And for heavyweight, Charlie Troxel, Peyton Miller, and Alicia Boone. Just a reminder to all goat exhibitors, you will have 45 minutes after the conclusion of the Market Goat Show to consign your animals to the sale. You will also have 1 hour after the conclusion of the show tonight and the conclusion of the show tomorrow to take your animals home if you do not wish to sell. If you are leaving, please talk to Colby Brandenburg.
Well, we made it to the champion drive, and the goats are all tired, and I'm sure the showmen are too. You know, it just gets to be tough. You got to push on. But you know, I know what it's like. We show all through the summer and part of the winter. I know how difficult it can be and how they don't like to cooperate when you get to the end of the show. I think all of our exhibitors are doing a great job out here. You know, if we got to think about what they look like when I get my hands on them and all that. And I do appreciate how each one of them handle. I think we have a nice set out here, a lot of different sizes. But anyways, you know, I appreciate such a nice facility to have this in. The lighting's good, fans are good, the help is good. It's just been a really nice event. This was my second year to come back, and it doesn't disappoint. At times though, I get a little frustrated when I'm judging because we have to look through the differences and showmanship styles and all that. And so sometimes you'll see me move them a little extra, trying to see what they naturally look like on the move. So, it's a lot of fun to do this, and I enjoy, all how courteous all the exhibitors are here. Everybody's been extremely nice, and that's hats off to all the parents for raising these young people to be good people. So, but at this time, I will go out and I will select my grand and reserve, well, a top 5. And like I said, there's a lot of them out here. I could go different ways, but I'm very happy with the quality we have out here. It's very good at county fair level, and congratulations to all these young people. Thank you.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Market Goat, Emma Brandenburg. We need the 3rd overall out of the middleweight division, Charlie Troxel, tag 0008, to be entering the arena at this time. Congratulations, reserve champion Market Goat, Carla Evans. 3rd overall, Megan Ellis. We need 3rd overall, Charlie Troxel from the heavyweights to be making his way into the arena. Congratulations, 4th overall Market Goat, Charlie Troxel. We need the 4th overall out of the middleweight division to be making their way into the arena. This is Peyton Miller, tag 0059. All other market goat exhibitors outside of the arena are excused. Congratulations, 5th overall market goat, Gunnar Troxel. This concludes the Market Goat Show.